Good evening. I'm calling this special meeting to order. The time is 5:30 p.m. in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. This meeting is officially open with a quorum present. We will move straight into public comment. We have 6 speakers this evening. They will address items on this agenda. Let me remind you that because of restrictions by the Texas Open Meetings Act, board members may not engage in a verbal exchange about a subject that has not been posted. We will listen and take notes, but this board is prohibited from responding to any inquiries made during a board meeting on any topic not posted on the agenda. However, the board may reply with 1, a statement of specific factual information given in response to the inquiry, 2, recitation of existing policy in response to the inquiry, or 3, direct the person to visit with staff about the issue. While the board listens to concerns of a general nature, speakers should practice normal rules of decorum. Vulgar language and profanity will not be tolerated, as this is a board meeting and our students are watching. Additionally, disruptions of the meeting will not be tolerated. We ask the audience to refrain from interrupting speakers while they present to the board during this portion of the meeting. Any employee, parent, or other member of the public is asked to comply with the appropriate grievance policy to have a complaint heard pursuant to the applicable board policy. No presentation may exceed 3 minutes unless the speaker has prior approval for additional time because of the use of a translator. Speakers who require the assistance of a translator are permitted double the allotted time of speakers who do not require the assistance of a translator. As soon as the speaker begins speaking, the time clock will start. And there is the time clock. Furthermore, a speaker may not relinquish his or her time to another speaker. It is essential to gain as much public input as possible, and we understand together we are stronger and build better solutions when we maximize public input. We ask that you please observe these rules for the purpose of effectively accomplishing the business of the meeting in a timely manner. Our first speaker is Mr. Mike C.
Received a copy of this. I highly recommend that you provide that a copy as well to any candidate or candidates that you choose. Qualities needed, and I'm particularly addressing the issues with taxes on this, along with this, what I got to say here. Qualities needed in a new Fort Worth ISD superintendent: must be able to negotiate a proper contract with vendors and haggle for the best deal. Act like it's literally their money. Must be prepared to fire up to 2/3 of the bloated administration that are not worth the money we're forced to pay them, nor do they care about making Fort Worth ISD a good school district. 3, preferably from Texas and understands true Texan values, understands the tax revenue the schools receive. It is our money. The new super must respect that. The new super must be financially responsible and will listen to the pleas of the taxpayers who literally can't afford anymore. 5, we want to pay lower salary with more opportunity for bonuses if standards and goals are actually met. A superintendent that is willing to earn their paycheck. 6, equality of opportunity, not the scam that is equity. 7, we need a super that supports parents' rights, values parents, and wants to work with them by creating an environment of learning that focuses on academics versus political ideologies. 8, one that believes that learning politics should be taught at home. Only politics taught at schools should be unbiased and only in senior government class. 9, must be a super willing to follow the law, get back to the basics of classic academics, support our athletic programs and fine arts programs that our students so desperately need. 10, must be willing to create a work environment for our teachers where they are valued, respected, and don't live in fear of retaliation for speaking up when they see something wrong in the district. 11, we need a super who is ready to overhaul the discipline practices in Fort Worth ISD. Our children are out of control and our schools are not even trying to provide positive reinforcement to help get them back on track. Our district has given up on trying to correct disrespectful and dangerous situations going on in our schools. 12, must commit to transparency with all stakeholders, must commit to much better level of communication with all staff parents, stakeholders in a timely manner. 13, must love America and not be woke. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. C. Mr. Todd Daniel.
Good evening. First, before I can speak to the agenda item that I want to speak to, I need some clarification from the administration of the board. On your action item B, approved corrective action plan agreement regarding Texas Education Agency, TEA, audit, hashtag IR 2021-07-001. I'd like someone to explain to us what that is about.
Mr. Daniel, we could have somebody speak to you after the public
No, it's
comment
going to be
section?
voted on tonight, so we need clarification on it before. You can't go with vague things like this and just vote them through.
This is not the time for you to ask questions. This is the time for you to make
By
comments.
statute, I'm allowed to ask a question that's on the agenda. This is about an agenda item. I need clarification on it.
There's no action on that item tonight, so
It's on the agenda for action.
I'm letting you know there's no recommendation on that item tonight.
Well, I'd still like more information about it so I can prepare.
We could have somebody talk to you after the meeting.
I want to talk to, Texas Open Meetings. It's a public meeting. We're entitled to understand what you guys are doing and what you're voting on, whether it's this meeting or next meeting. So I'd like some clarification on this item. There's only four items. There's only about 4 items here. Why can't we talk about it?
You have 1 minute and 40 seconds for your public comment, sir.
I would like to know if the district has informed parents of their use of AI platforms called Lightspeed and others that use AI to monitor kids across multiple platforms, social media, and everything they do. I want to know if the district has informed parents and students of that. Do they know that data is being collected on them? That's what I want to know. You still have to answer this question. You have to give, you can't vote on something that as opaque as that. You have to. So when is it? When are you going to do it? When are you going to explain it to me?
Again, sir, right now is not the time to ask questions. You can make your comments.
This is a public meeting. This is the time to ask questions
Okay.
about an item on the agenda. You're wrong.
Okay,
You're wrong. I know you're a lawyer, but you're wrong by the statute too.
okay.
Yeah.
We'll have somebody explain it to you after your public
Why
comment
after?
section.
I don't want to do it after. I'm here now.
Okay, so you have 25 seconds
The
to make more
public deserves
comments.
to know. Are you being audited and what is it about? What is the TEA asking for you to correct? The public needs to ask these questions.
Thank you, Mr. Daniel. Ms. Holly Plemons.
Hi, Holly Plemons, mother of 3, taxpayer in Fort Worth ISD. I wanted to talk to you guys about the superintendent search. Now is your opportunity to be a hero. You can stop all of the negative that is being spoken about in Fort Worth ISD that has been spoken about for many years. And you guys can be the hero that's going to save this district and take this district from being the worst ranked district to being one of the best. And a new superintendent, new leadership that is strong is able to do that. I'm asking each of you board members, is that what you want to do? Do you want your legacy to be that I was on the board when it had the absolute worst scores in the state of Texas? Or was I on the board when we turned it around? This is an opportunity for you. And I know that a lot of you love the scam and the business of equity. I don't. And public school is for all. And so I spoke to you once before about the reason that we don't have prayer and religion in school is because it's politically divisive. Well, so is equity, and you know it is, and you've known that for over a year, yet you continue to push it because it's how you get paid, it's how you get power. And when you filled out your application to be a school board trustee, you said right then and there, I am going to work for all of the people. Well, hi. I'm all of the people. All of us that come here, we're all of the people, and we are wanting you to work for us, to work for all. You know it is politically divisive, so whether you believe in it or not, you can't push it in public education. I believe in the power of prayer, and I absolutely 100% do not want Fort Worth ISD pushing that in my school. I want to handle that, and I definitely don't want some of the people that you have in Fort Worth ISD teaching my kids about religion. If you want equity and you want that talk to your kids, go take them to Trinity Valley. They're super woke. Go pay to send them there. I also wanted to talk to you guys about a mom that I met, and she's from India, and her husband came here legally, and they pulled their child out of McLean mid-year because of the political divisiveness and the equity, and her son coming home of, I can't do well in America because of my skin color, and feeling bad about himself. And she was furious. I love America. I came here for opportunity. I have opportunity. I've opened up my own business. I'm thriving. And I was able to say, no, not doing this, and pulled her child out of the district and took them to Eagle Mountain, Saginaw. These are from real people that are absolutely telling us what's going on and what they are
Time.
not
Thank
happy
you.
about in the district.
Thank you, Ms. Clemens. Ms. Amy Super.
Good evening. I'm here to speak about the, I believe it's number 3B, the school safety and security presentation that's going to be done this evening. I attended your committee meeting, which thank you for so graciously allowing us to attend at least some of your board-appointed committee meetings. It's really very, very helpful. I was one of two people that either aren't employed by the district or Fort Worth PD to attend, and I learned a lot in that meeting, and it was quite helpful. After that, of course, I started poking around. I have the, I noted the first thing was that there are no meeting minutes on the website for any of those safety committee meetings except for the one held in November 18th of 2021. I'd like to know where those meeting minutes are, and I'd like to have access to them. Let's see. The state legislature, they gave very specific instructions about how active shooter drills are to take place. I read those quite thoroughly, and I'd like to know what the district's policy is. You guys have a lot of latitude in how you conduct them. I'd like to know if there is a written policy or procedure for how you conduct them and how often you conduct them. I'd like to know also, I believe it was Mr. Garcia mentioned that Fort Worth IC has 5,000 cameras. I'd like to know how many of those 5,000 cameras are located actually on school campuses. I'm not talking about all the many, many cameras that are in this building, that are in the building that we meet up on Bridgewood Street, the many I'm sure that will be at your new administrative building. And I'd like to know if those cameras are live cameras or are they just recording what's going on during the day. I'd like to talk about windows. Windows. I drove by, my kids all went through Fort Worth ISD, K through 12. I drove by Ridgely Hills the other day. The entire front of that school is windows. You wouldn't even need to get out of your car to take advantage of that situation. And I know that's the case for a lot of schools in Fort Worth ISD, including the brand new ones that you just redid with all these beautiful glass foyers. I've got a problem with that, and so do a lot of other people I know in law enforcement, and I know a lot of people in law enforcement. I've also read the drill guidance for school district administrators as prepared by the Texas School Safety Center, which is the organization that Governor Abbott has tasked with getting you guys to inspect things. I believe that Mr. Garcia mentioned that the inspection for the doors and the locks won't be completed until, I believe he said September, mid-September, and I believe it's supposed to be completed by the 9th. I'm very disappointed that they're not required to be done before school starts, but I know that's out of your hands. I'm just saying that out loud. I'm about out of time, but we're reading, we're learning, and we would just like more information from you. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Super. Mr. Joe Palmer. Mr. Carlos Tercios will be our final speaker.
Good evening, Superintendent, School Board Trustees. My name is Carlos Tercios, and today I just want to talk about the superintendent search and, of course, the board officer elections. As the board is preparing to get a new candidate, it's important that there are different qualifications for this new candidate. One of them is actually making sure that the superintendent focuses on fixing the discipline problems that we have in our schools, making sure that teachers are actually supported and feel that they're welcomed. Discipline is a huge problem, and especially a lack of safety in schools is a huge problem. I spoke with several teachers. Some of them actually even resigned. Some of them are from one of the trustees' districts, and she quit because the doors were unlocked. She felt unsafe, and she literally begged and begged administration to have better security, to actually make sure that students were safe, because random strangers could easily walk in. There were doors that were unlocked. The security guard was sleeping as well, and that is absurd. With all due respect, I mean, my sister had to send me screenshots of what was the threats that were happening on school, and it is a huge problem, and I hope that the superintendent actually focuses on that problem as well, because security is a top thing that should be considered and should be discussed. This is not something we can play around. This is not something that we can just ignore. Another thing that we also need to work on is making sure that teachers feel welcomed. Teachers do not feel welcome. They're quitting. They feel that they don't have support whatsoever. And the other thing that I want the next superintendent to focus on is to not get involved in politics, to not get involved in political speeches or political rhetoric or discourses whatsoever. There was an ESL training a couple weeks ago. A teacher actually sent me this training anonymously. And on one of the pages, it literally said that classroom instruction is to be a political act. A political act. What does that mean? Is that Christian nationalism, socialism, communism? What does that mean, a political act? I mean, my sister went to high school so she can do math, science, reading, and English, and that's it. I mean, when I read that packet, and I can send you all the packet, it literally said it is to be seen as a political act. That is disgusting. It is disrespectful, and I hope that the next superintendent actually removes all of that political stuff and also looks at who we are actually paying to do this training, especially on ESL teachers. So there are a lot of issues that the superintendent, the next one, needs to focus on. Discipline, security, political stuff needs to go away as well, especially wokeness. But we need to make sure that Fort Worth ISD actually is moving forward. I do appreciate that there is a committee for security. I think that is
Thank
the right.
you.
Thank you, Mr. Tercios, and I'm happy to say this. Thank you for coming out today in the rain. At this time, we'll move to reports and presentations. Next up is the real estate update, and I'll turn it over to you, Dr. Scribner.
Thank you very much, President Jackson, members of the board, and the Fort Worth ISD school community. I was asked to provide a report regarding our strategic initiative around real estate, and before we get into that, really wanted to recognize not only this board and the 5 members who were here when the original decisions were made, but also the previous board who had the foresight to take on this thoughtful analysis. Tonight we will review our real estate strategic initiative. As you know, in Fort Worth ISD, we have 12 million square feet of facility and many acres across our 209 square miles. We talked about some guiding principles. One of them was the desire to further shrink our central office. In 2015, when we all met, we had 400 individuals in the central office. Today, we are at 200. We wanted to decentralize instructional resources so that they may reside closer to school communities in the greatest need. This work began, as I said, in 2015 with our facilities master plan. We had some guiding principles that led us in this direction. The facilities master plan committee consisted of 4 board members, Fort Worth ISD administrators, and they came up with a long-range facilities master plan. These guiding principles were approved by the board in January of 2016, and as you see, they include things like instruction should drive construction. In previous bonds, that when I started, the conversations sounded quite a bit different than that. Academic adequacy, creating functional equity in facilities, balancing, making sure all students have the opportunity for a high-quality education, health and safety, and of course, security. I wanted to make sure that our students had a well-rounded education, extracurricular adequacy. Tonight, we're going to talk about number 6, which is optimal asset utilization. This is a financial investment. We are stewards, not only financially, but also for our environment, and wanted to make sure we had significant community engagement. In fact, this process took well over a year. We contracted with a group called Engage to Learn, which put together a diverse group. Some of you may have participated on that prior to your service as board members. A group of community stakeholders, which included neighborhood leaders, business leaders, construction experts, teachers, district and campus administrators, parents, and students. Now, the Facilities Master Plan dealt in 3 different arenas. First, we talked about our pyramid planning and realignment. You'll remember in 2019, toward the beginning of 2020, right before the pandemic hit in February, actually, we approved a new school boundaries for our pyramids. The first time in 20 years we've taken that on in a comprehensive way to align our resources for planning, for consistency, for academics, for extracurricular activities, for athletics, for fine arts, and repurpose existing facilities that we had duplicative work taking place. The second initiative, 3 parallel initiatives, was capital improvement programs, modernizing our aging infrastructure. We worked on our high schools in the 2017 bond and brought them up to a new standard. This new bond will focus on our middle schools, and the future board and administrations. It's my hope we'll take a look at the elementaries. That'll be down the road a ways. We have some replacement school opportunities. We'll talk about those in a moment, providing new elementaries in communities that have not seen new elementary school construction in decades, and the opportunity to repurpose existing facilities. Finally, and what we really want to focus on tonight is our strategic real estate work, right-sizing our Fort Worth ISD assets, monetizing outdated buildings, the opportunity to put buildings back on the tax roll to soften the burden and create more opportunity for not only the Fort Worth ISD, but the city, the county, and the community college district. We need to think of the future. We had to buy land in growth areas in West Fort Worth and Benbrook, as well as some other sites that you'll hear about later on tonight. And as I said earlier, decentralize our non-instructional resources. This is complex. It's lots of moving parts. Just a quick summary. The work that has happened allowed Rosemont Elementary, for example, to move to under-enrolled neighboring schools, improving utilization ratios. Vacant building becoming part of the Rosemont Middle School campus, allowing Rosemont 6th graders to move with their 7th and 8th grade colleagues and fellow students. Saving the district administrative cost, improving growth environment, and then also allowing ALA to move out of a retail building, a department store, and into an actual school that was designed for teaching and learning. Now, this is not new when we talk about enrollment trends. We have seen this before. We've had to right-size before. You'll see the current curve dealing with COVID and charters and other demographic shifts. We saw a dip in our enrollment back between 1980 to 1985, and that was during the years of desegregation. As a result of that, many students chose to select out of Fort Worth ISD. And we have a different slide for a different presentation that really shows the demographic shifts with the decreasing percentage of Anglo students and the increasing percentage of African American and Hispanic students in the early 80s. But you see that enrollment recovered, that trend recovered, and I wouldn't be so fatalistic as some of our friends are. I think that we'll see that increase again. Optimal asset utilization is not only educational facilities for instruction, but also our support facilities as well. The 4 values that I believe in public education are excellence, equity, efficiency, and choice. Tonight we're talking about efficiency. In October of 2018, the board approved a move to further decentralize our district and look at underutilized buildings. We had legal assistance. There was 3 lenses that really looked at it, from legal perspective, the financial perspective, and of course the real estate perspective. That work led us to the September 2019 board meeting, where we identified the sites that would be reviewed. A review of outdated, inefficient, or underutilized non-instructional resources. We identified 18. We reviewed 18, identified 11, actually sold 8, and there are 3 that are currently on hold, and then we have 3 high-profile and large properties that the district future administration and this or future board will have to grapple with. In May of 2020, there was board action. The central administrative site and properties surrounding sold. The Thomas Place Community Center sold. The Magnolia building sold. The building on Magnolia that was previously World Languages Institute, before that Young Women's Leadership Academy, and other things prior to that. The 3 that were postponed, McCart, the building that we're in right now, is also highly desirable, and the district moving forward may choose to keep this building or think of it in a different opportunity. The northwest corner of Wichita, just off of the 20 in southeast Fort Worth, and then the Cooks Lane south of Lowry Road. That is actually pending. We have a deal in the works with the city of Fort Worth, and that we understand would become a city park. So what kind of revenue was generated as a result of this? Well, as you see, all total, that's $22 million. All of the properties were sold at or above the appraisal amounts, and you can see the last 2, Magnolia is the building I just mentioned, WLI and YWLA previously. The Lafayette property is the Thomas Place. Everything north of the Cullen Street, above the Cullen Street, those are all around our district office. But real estate was also a feature of our 2017 bond. The capital improvement program allowed us to purchase 6 acres for the Overton Park, the Tanglewood Relief Elementary. The YMLA, we purchased land around that for the expansion, bringing YMLA up to a new and beautiful standard. The West Park Relief School in Ventana and in Benbrook and West Fort Worth. And all of these from Ventana on down are to address the expected growth in Benbrook and West Fort Worth. And again, those properties were paid for out of revenues from the 2017 bond. The first, as I said, is where the new elementary is going to go. 2871 is just south of the 20, and also an opportunity for perhaps a middle school or maybe a high school, as we will see explosive growth in that part of the city. The Benbrook Boulevard is another opportunity, perhaps for an elementary, or since we know real estate's not going to get any cheaper inside the loop, that may be an opportunity for the board to decide that's a swap or a sale opportunity. But that certainly will be for a future discussion. And then the 31 acres around our existing bus barn, kind of off of Chapin Road, that is when we did the boundary. Town halls, there was a great deal of conversation about the desire for smaller neighborhood sports facilities, for multi-purpose facilities, for volleyball and basketball and football and soccer, and that would be an opportunity moving forward if a future board or future administration would choose to do that. As a result of our real estate decisions, there were some very real operational opportunities as well. These repurposed facilities, Hanley became the home of Metro, middle level, our support services staff, JROTC, and our after-school program. MG Ellis became the home of special education, our parent partnership, and counseling. Rosemont 6, as I said, it now houses Applied Learning Academy. They are now in a real school. Mid-level is Valentine is now the home of International Newcomer Academy, again, a school designed for teaching and learning. The PDC, this building, houses our capital improvement folks. Applied Learning Academy and the former INA will be the new administration building. We did not need to purchase a new building, and we looked at several new buildings, and this is an opportunity for us to do that without additional expenditures. And the renovated Lubbock facility was expanded to host maintenance and technology. In all, dozens of departments were relocated. 500 employees, as I said, as part of the shift toward decentralization, 2,000 students due to right sizing and efficiency, better utilization of our space. But there's also an administrative cost impact. Because we've collapsed schools, we are saving in day-to-day operational, maintenance and operational budgets. If you look at the what it costs for administration, instructional support, custodial, nutritional services, utilities, et cetera, these are the savings that we're seeing as a result of real estate decisions. $700,000 at Rosemont 6, $400,000 at Rosemont Elementary, $500,000 at Hanley, $1 million at Metro Middle Level, $500,000 at MGLS, and $2 million at Como Montessori, which will be a great opportunity as we work in conjunction with the Como community, repurposing that building for the future. So now we have an empty building at 7060 West Camp Bowie. And with that, we are implementing from an old retail space, department store that used to hold students. Now, those students, as I said, will be in real school buildings. And Fort Worth ISD is adopting a new standard for our Fort Worth ISD facilities. You've seen that in some of our new schools. You'll see that in this new building, again, housing fewer employees, but in a much more customer-friendly environment. We know that attracting talent is a challenge, both in the public and private sectors. The way you attract talent in today's world, employees want new, they want fresh, they want to feel good about where they work. They want parking. Parking is a challenge at our current site. Public and private entities have seen a national trend of flight of employees toward quality amenities. In Fort Worth ISD, all school districts were in the people business. That's about 85% of our budget is people. We also looked in the private sector. I know that Texas A&M here in Fort Worth did a study of Bell, formerly Bell Helicopter, but the Bell's headquarters, surveying current and future employees, and they too talked about the need for an improved central office, that they wanted to feel good about where they went to work. So that's the new standard, not only for adults, but as we know, for students. This is the West Park Relief Elementary in Ventana. Fantastic design, and our students there are going to benefit greatly. You've seen these plans. Young Men's Leadership, the Overton Park Elementary, this is formerly called the Tanglewood Relief School, also has opened to rave reviews a year or so ago. And in East Fort Worth and Stop 6, the Young Men's Leadership Academy, new standards for our Fort Worth ISD facilities. So with that, I will entertain any questions, President Jackson, and look forward to the future of Fort Worth ISD and their good business decisions.
Do we have any questions? Trustee Dar will be followed by Trustee Rodriguez.
Thank you, President Jackson. One really quick question, actually. When is the West Park Relief School scheduled to be open?
We are aiming for August.
I don't think you're on.
I'm sorry. We
There
are
you go.
aiming for August of 2023. I'll let Deputy Superintendent Molinar augment that answer.
That is correct. We are excited to be able to move into the new campus for the next school year.
So is that project on schedule?
Yes, ma'am.
Everything's good.
Yes.
Thank you.
Dr. Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you. I have several questions, so if y'all could bear with me. Okay, on page 8. Oh, no, I'm sorry, page 9. excuse me, these repurposed facilities, how much did it cost for Hanley and MG Ellis? I know on MG Ellis, we have already approved a parking lot that needed to be made for more vehicles. And, well, let me go back. So the schools that were at the future central office, the INA, okay, so the mid-level, MG Ellis, this, and ALA. Okay, so what schools used to be at the central office, or what used to be at the?
So there were two, Applied Learning Academy, ALA, and that middle school of choice has moved to Rosemont 6. Students from Rosemont 6 moved to now what is Rosemont 6, 7, and 8, the middle school. And the other school that was what will be the central office is International Newcomer Academy, INA, and those students moved to the school on Valentine.
Okay, and how much did all that repurposed facilities, how much did that cost?
Well, I don't know if there was a need for an enormous repurposing of those schools because they were already schools. So anything beyond the general upkeep. I would say though we certainly can get any additional investments. Each one of these schools actually was a school the previous year, and now that they've become the home of new schools, it's basically a school moving from one level or one function to another. So a school remained a school. So the necessary remodeling and investment in those schools likely was minimal. We can get those numbers. The following slide, though, I think also informs that conversation, because we certainly don't want to view these decisions in isolation. That would be, in my view, missing the forest for the trees. The savings then results from the operational side, $7 million. That's annual. So $7 million this year. Next year, that would be 14. After 3 years, $31 million. And I think that those savings can certainly absorb any of this. The other piece I would add is the board is going to have an opportunity moving forward with the implementation of the current bond to build 3 replacement elementaries, one in Stop 6, one in Eastern Hills, and one in South Fort Worth. And those $7 million, perhaps it won't be that number, but it will be something if we look to repurpose some schools as early childhood centers or other kinds of community functions.
Okay, and what funds were used to repurpose and move these, if there were any?
Those were general funds.
General funds
Right.
from what year?
I would imagine the current year, but I'll allow Deputy Superintendent
This year,
Molinar
2022, that we have a deficit budget?
Or our CFO. Yeah, and then that's another thing too. We've had a deficit budget for all 7 years I've been here and the 5 years before. What will happen is you'll see my prediction. Let's take last year for an example. If we projected a $30 million deficit at the end of the year, we have a $44 million fund balance. So actually, you're 14 to the good. So I would, I'll in fact, maybe in a year I'll come to public comment and sign up with my friends and talk about that new fund balance.
Okay, and on page 10, these total annual cost savings, where are the savings from?
I'm sorry, which slide?
10.
Those are listed there. They're administrative staff. So from that perspective, we had a 6th grade administration and then a 7 and 8 administration. Moving the students and teachers to the middle school, now you don't need the 6th grade administrators. And the administrators from ALA moved from ALA into Rosemont 6.
So we didn't lose any administration?
No, and every year we have some who retire, some who leave, some who we encourage to leave, and through attrition, these real estate and repurposing of facilities decisions did not result in anyone losing their position.
Okay, so you're saying that there was practically a wash about
Yeah, I think
moving and repurposing?
I would ask staff. I think we're about 20 or so principals. Of our 143 principals, we need to fill how many every year? We hired 20, about 20 this year, yeah.
Okay, and on page 11, I know we talked about this before, but this new central office is going to be about 37 million, correct?
That investment, yes, that'll be about 37 million. And the other thing to think about too there is that that's a one-time cost. These, again, shifts from the 7 million that you saw earlier, and that likely will grow with the 3 new, that certainly should grow with the 3 new replacement schools. You know, in 2 or 3 years that it's a wash. Also the revenues from the sale of buildings. But yeah, that'll be a one-time cost, and then I think too the function of having a higher standard, the ability to attract talent and welcome our staff to a safe and comfortable place is also of value.
Okay, and it was stated that the 22 million from the building sold went to this 37 million, and then another, let me look at my other notes, another about, how much came from the internal service fund? Y'all said that also went to the 37 million.
Yeah, but that was about 25 million.
That was about 25 million. So there's still money left between those two?
Yes, I'll certainly allow our CFO to provide the specifics on that, and we can do a summary report of that one transaction, certainly, and provide that to the entire board.
Okay. And are we still on schedule for this, the new central office? I passed by there the other day, and it's not close.
Well, yeah, I believe the date that we're shooting for is October of 2023.
Final completion, we hope to start moving into the new building around July or August of '23. And then complete move-in by October.
Okay, and, okay, now I'm going to the page where all the property was sold. Where's, okay. It's page 7. Okay, those are the sale proceeds, and do you have a slide with the appraised values that you could put up?
I don't have a slide with the appraised value. I got your email yesterday afternoon, and we put together the entire packet for appraisals for all of the 8 properties. They're about 70 or 200 pages each, and here they are. We certainly can provide that. The item I did provide, though, thank you, Toby, is a summary of those values, and you see that there in front of you.
Okay, and did we get any comps that you have now instead of me looking through all those papers?
Yeah, we certainly can. Yes, we do. There, each one of these has a. We'll do a little show and tell.
Is that this one?
No. Yeah. These numbers came from these reports, and in each one of these, there's a page with specific comps.
Okay, because when I received this earlier today, I just did a cursory look on TAD, and I was astonished, to say the
Yeah.
least.
Yeah.
The 2020 value for the 100 North University property was $17 million.
And we sold it for 5. You're absolutely right. At the bottom of the report that I'm looking at, also, thank you for bringing that up. I think there's an explanation for that. When I earlier before the meeting, you and I had the conversation that perhaps that TAD was looking at all of the items and not just the central office. You're right. It wasn't. And when we look at that, we see on this tax history. Note that the subject is owned by a public entity and is exempt from property taxes. Due to the exempt status, the owner is not likely to protest their assessment, and the assessor is not likely to change their assessment year over year. Thus, tax assessments do not necessarily provide a reliable market value of the subject. Since it has sold, and I think you and I talked about this, the current appraisal went from that 17 down to about the 5 million, which is what we purchased it for. I also distributed a larger sheet to all of you, which has not only the sales price, but the other bids from other entities who tried to buy these properties, and you'll see that we sold it for to the highest and most responsible bid. Again, each one of these, we believe, sold at or above appraisal.
Yeah, and now that it's not a public entity anymore, the value is $6 million.
Right.
So still a couple of million more than what it
Yeah.
was sold
And,
for.
and a couple of years later, right?
Yeah, so we could have held on to it and gotten that money, or we could have waited. I mean, it's,
Yeah, we would, exactly, and I'm sorry, go ahead.
now, why did, my question is why y'all sold them in the middle of COVID when there was no, anything going on?
Well,
No-
there was a lot going on during COVID, and I would again ask to look at this a little bit more holistically. While your assertion that we could have made $1.5 million more by holding off, but then we would not necessarily have saved the $7 million in operational expenses. So again, it's a little bit apples and oranges in my view.
Yeah, and here's some more apples, because we don't have a central office currently. How much are we paying to rent the office that we used to own?
Right. We are paying, I believe, north of $600,000. And again, when you add all of that up, the savings, the $7 million certainly covers it for 1 year. We will no longer be paying that after the summer of 2023. And staying where we are is not free. That building requires a lot of past preventive maintenance. In fact, on average, we have spent and would expect to continue to spend more than $500,000 a year just to keep it running. HVAC, roofing. That building seeps air conditioning in the summer. It seeps heat in the winter and absorbs moisture and rain all year long. Not to mention the parking on the roof and the disturbances that makes to the offices on the second floor whenever an F-150 drives over your office. But in any event, from a strictly financial perspective, staying put isn't free, and we would continue to spend over $500,000 to keep that. We're going to limp to the finish line and then move out of that. And I believe the new buyers, once they take hold of it, the first thing you're going to see there are bulldozers.
Okay, and you said we're paying $600,000 in rent. Is that a year, a month, or?
A year. Yeah.
And we're renting for 3 years?
But it'll end up being about 2.5.
So 2.5 years, so that's over $1 million that we're renting back. So that goes down from the proceeds of 4.9 million. Now we're 3 million, mid 3 millions.
Plus 7.
Plus what?
Plus 7 million in the savings. Again, if we look at any of these things in isolation, certainly we can make that argument.
I know, but my argument is so we had this other fund of $25 million from the internal service fund. If we put $25 million into the current central office, it would be beautiful. And it wouldn't be the $500,000 for air conditioning and HVAC.
And since we have decided to sell all of those properties to the buyer, who currently owns the properties next to us, I believe we can expect an investment there of a mixed-use development that actually will generate revenue for Fort Worth ISD, for the city of Fort Worth, for the county, and for the community college district. Similar, and I know we're still on your issue, the central office, but I think there'll be a longer, deeper, and more exciting conversation when we talk about Farrington Field. That's a tremendous resource for the district, and we certainly need it right now moving forward. If that were a site for a possible corporate relocation, working with the historical nature, that would be something that the future administration and board could consider. Boulevard Heights is another opportunity for regional developer to take a look at that. And again, this building as well.
Okay, and this, I mean, $7 million a year, yes, maybe that's good, but if our portfolio still had all these properties, we'd have probably more than what it was sold for, that we could have in our nest egg for something we would need in the future, instead of, we may get this much, we may get that much. But anyway, so JLL was a broker for this, the
were.
Realtor. Do we still have a contract with them?
At this time, we do not.
So it's expired?
Mm-hmm.
Do they hold any other of our property listings?
Not to my knowledge, I don't think so.
Okay.
We can review that, and if they do, we'll follow up with an email tomorrow.
And then when did that expire, that contract expire?
I believe it was a few months ago. We certainly can provide
So
that as
this
well.
year?
Yeah, this year.
Recently?
Yeah, this year, yeah.
Okay, and since we're on the topic, are we renting anything else back because of property we sold? Warehouse space?
We've moved our warehouse,
Buildings.
we've expanded our warehouse in the Lubbock property, so I'm not certain of that. I don't think that anything significant, no.
So we're not renting any other
I don't want to
property?
say
We are
nothing.
renting?
I don't want to say nothing, but we certainly can get that specifics.
I'd ask
We have a
staff-
warehouse on Lancaster.
Yeah, the old Marshall Grain, I believe. we're
And how much
leasing.
are we renting that back for?
I can get that amount for you, Dr. Rodriguez.
Thank you. And it's just, we putting the cart before the horse. Could we have waited till we had a Plan B, so we wouldn't have to rent back space that we already
Yeah,
own?
I mean, I think in any renovation you do at your home and any capital improvements, it is a process. And so whenever you decide to pull the lever, if you will, and get started, in an organization like this, as I said, with 12 million square feet, there will be a transition process. So I think we would be talking about that today, or perhaps talking about that in 3 or 4 years. These things take time to change. I mean, they're complex. And what I've learned in leadership after 20 years as superintendent, for every complex problem, there's an answer that's clear, that's simple, and that's wrong. These things are complex, and we have to work on them over time.
Okay, so you're saying your rationale for selling all these properties in the middle of the COVID was to save money?
To help us right-size, and again, these were all recommended to the board and supported by the board, and several of your colleagues tonight here had a say there too. So yes, to become more efficient, to monetize buildings that have expired their utilization and would cost significant dollars to continue to keep them up and running, and create a new standard for our students, our faculty, and our staff.
Yeah, that just, I don't know, because I remember the central office being where the Modern Art Museum is now. And it moving to where was never a beautiful building, but it's where it is
I
now.
think there was a liquor store in it when we
It was
moved
a
there.
King's Liquor Store,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah,
it
yeah.
was. So I just, and I still can't understand why we're moving to the far west side. And it's difficult to get to. If you're riding the bus down East Lancaster, it's probably gonna take you half a day to get there. And me driving from the north side, and probably Mr. Phillips driving from stop 6, it's gonna take, maybe an hour in traffic because of the time of our meetings. And that's us. Some families don't get off work early enough. They can't adjust their schedule when they have something they need to come here and talk about. So, I mean, that's already been done, but that central office is not central to anybody unless you live in Benbrook. And that's not Fort Worth.
Yeah. I think the population trend is heading in that direction, but you're absolutely right.
It's heading, but
currently.
it's not,
Yeah.
it can't go that much further.
Yeah.
There's Aledo and there's other cities there, so it's still not gonna be any closer to the north side or to stop 6.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I have more, but I'll just leave it at that.
Do we have any other questions? Okay, Dr. Scribner, we're ready for the safety and security update.
Thank you very much. At this time, President Jackson, members of the board, we will be bringing up our Deputy Superintendent, Karen Molinar, and she will introduce staff, and they'll take us through our safety and security update.
Thank you, Dr. Scribner and trustees. Pleasure to be here this evening. We wanted to provide a Fort Worth ISD safety and security update. I wanted to start out by just sharing, like, one of our common themes we're really talking about with safety and security with our campuses is that school safety is really a shared responsibility of Fort Worth ISD. That means everybody at every facility, every employee, every parent, every visitor, that we ask that we make this a shared responsibility for our students. And of course, if you see something, please say something. That's also something that we're sharing with our students, and our students have been very good about that. Our students are our strongest advocates for safety on our campuses, and if you see something, say something is something we share with them on a daily basis as well. I want to start off by introducing our two leaders of the safety and security leadership team. You'll see Mr. Daniel Garcia is our executive director. Mr. Garcia has had 25 years in law enforcement experience, as well as being a retired assistant police chief, and has a lot of experience in our school unit as well, our school initiative unit. And then, of course, Sid Meadows, also 18 years in a law enforcement experience, was an SRO, but my favorite part about Ms. Meadows is she is a certified teacher. So having her lens in our safety and security department is very helpful to us. Mr. Garcia wants to go over our org chart so you can just see really what his division encompasses.
Thank you, Ms. Molinar. Quickly reviewing our current structure of safety and security, and starting out with Ms. Sid Meadows in the position of Director of Law Enforcement. She primarily works with our law enforcement partners that we contract with, 44 SROs with the Fort Worth Police Department, 3 with City of Benbrook, and 1 with Forest Hill. Mr. Dominique Perez is our police dispatcher, and he is also a certified telecommunicator. And through that certification, he's able to use a police radio, and therefore we have immediate and quick access to the Fort Worth Police Department and our SROs when we need them for particular incidents and in emergency situations. Mr. Edward McGinley is our emergency management coordinator, and he's also our City of Fort Worth JEOC representative for the district. And he also helps us to ensure state compliance related to our safety drills and our emergency operation plans. Mr. Sean Burns is a supervisor over our campus monitor program. He provides all recruitment and training for that personnel, as well as assisting us to maintain and deploy our metal detectors and mobile camera trailers as well. And through our contracted services, we utilize a RAID Corporation, the K-9 unit, and what it provides for us is the ability to do random checks at our secondary schools, and those K-9s have the ability to do gun and drug detections.
I did want to share with you, prior to TEA providing guidance to us this summer, we had actually internally had already started a cross-functional team that involved our security division, our operations, our maintenance and technology, and then our capital improvement program as well. We really want to work over this summer getting our schools, all of our work orders addressed, looking how we could improve as well, and what other safety measures we could put in place. You'll see our summer prep really did consist of access controls, doors and locks, cameras, fire alarms, intercoms, as well as PA systems. And it takes all of those departments to make sure that those are all functioning. And we met consistently through the summer. We had a tracking device to looking at work orders. We discussed what's our obstacles, what do we need to do to help each other to make sure our schools were prepared.
As you were aware this summer, through the TEA and Texas School Safety Center, we were sent particular directives on some initiatives that we were to complete during the summer, which have to be completed by September the 1st. Beginning with our summer targeted partial safety audit, and our exterior door safety audit, which are both underway now. We were also requested to hold our summer safety and security committee meeting, which we did hold on July 28th. We were also asked to provide training reference campus safety procedures, which we have done with our administrators. We're going to do additional training, and that training planning is in progress now. We also reviewed our procedures having to do with mandatory drills, so we're working on getting all our drills scheduled for the entire school year. We also updated our access control procedures, and we made sure that we had a system in place where weekly door checks of our exterior doors can be done at our schools. Our SRO roles and responsibilities. These roles and responsibilities this year have been put into our 3 police contracts with all 3 of our law enforcement partners. We believe that putting them in the contracts is going to assist in aligning expectations between both our organizations, and highlighting one of the duties that we ask our SROs to complete, such as conflict resolution, and we just really ask them to build strong relationships with our students, parents, visitors, and campus staff. And the SROs really can be a great training resource for our district related to emergency situations training for our staff. Our campus monitor roles and responsibilities. During the summer, we took the opportunity to revise these duties to make sure that their time and attention was focused on safety and security issues, such as making sure criminal trespassers are kept off our property and out of our buildings, and making sure that there is more regular patrols outside of our buildings, as well as monitoring activity inside, and making sure that our visitors are checking in properly through our visitor management system. And we also want our campus monitors to be part of the staff that helps us maintain our safety equipment to make sure that it is functioning properly. And also they'll be involved in the weekly check on our exterior doors as well. We certainly value our partnership with all our first responders. They're certainly a force multiplier for us here at the district and the things that we want to get done. One of the programs that I'd like to talk about and highlight is the after-hours response team unit that we have with us through partnership with the SRO unit. And what that after-hours response team allows us to do is anytime we get any type of threat after hours or during the weekend, this unit is able to come out no matter the day of the week, no matter the hour of the day, and allows us to start investigating that threat, whether it's a social media threat, a phone call, whatever that might be. This unit, this team of officers that are part of the school resource unit, come out, begin a preliminary investigation, and it's been extremely successful for the last couple of years. They've been deployed several times and have been able to come out and identify suspects, make arrests, do home checks, conduct consent to searches, especially if there's a threat of a weapon involved. And what that really gives us the ability to do is formulate a response plan and also a message to our parents. So obviously anytime there's threats going around on social media, it really starts getting around. And so we want to quickly be able to report back to our parents that we're aware of the threat, that we're working with police, and that we have a safety plan for the school for the next scheduled day to make everybody feel more comfortable about sending their students to school.
Another partnership with our Fort Worth Police Department we do want to highlight this evening is that beginning of the summer, during the summer, our Fort Worth Police Department came and they wanted to provide training, 4-hour training, free to any of our district employees, anyone in the education system. And actually, it could have been anyone outside of Fort Worth ISD that is an educator. So that 4-hour training component was around active shooter, avoid, deny, defend, as well as stop the bleed. And we actually met with them a couple weeks ago again to discuss that training and really push out the free training. But then we're going to add other collaboration dates for our staff to be able to attend. We gave them our school calendar. We designated days that our staff would be able to free to even go on during the day as well on Saturdays. So this partnership is, we're really excited about it because they have a great training facility and they're offering to do this for free to our employees. In addition to that, our safety and security training, we have trained our principals, and we did a second round for our new principals. Our assistant principals are being trained this week. They're being trained on, of course, a variety of the training videos, as well as looking at their campus plans. Our other faculty and staff will be doing safe school videos, and we're currently working on our drills and how we can support our facilities other than our campuses to make sure our employees are aware of proper procedures as well. So that's in our next phase that we'll be supporting our employees with.
Enhancing campus safety has been ongoing for the Safety and Security Department. This year is nothing new. However, this year we've gotten several mandates that we're going to that we were directed to do through the TEA. For our district, the campus safety emergency response teams are not new. However, this year we have expanded their role. They will be actively participating in not only the planning phases, but also they're going to be actively participating in preparedness and prevention and response to any type of campus emergency situation that might happen on our campus. These particular campus safety and emergency response teams are going to be actively doing things on the campus, such as helping our campuses to provide security for their unique needs. Each campus is different, and so because the staff members know what is unique to their campus, they will be helping with things such as the visitors to our campuses are required to go through a check-in system. Our visitors management system is Raptor. And what happens is that people who come to our campuses will utilize their government ID, issued ID cards, and they will be run through the sex offender registry. We don't want unauthorized persons on our campus, and also anyone on our campus will be looking for those persons who do not have a badge or that temporary ID, and they will direct them and guide them back to the front office. At that time, other people who are on that campus, such as our campus monitors, will actually take the initiative to make sure that those people do go through the proper check-in. Another part of enhancing our campus safety this year is going to be those door functionality checks that Danny mentioned earlier. Those door functionality checks will be done by not only our campus monitors, but also those people who are a part of that campus safety emergency response team. All those activities that are going on around our campuses, we want to make sure that they are not missing doors being locked, doors being closed, and that those doors are functioning properly. If they're not, those members of the campus safety emergency response teams will make sure that those work orders are turned in and they will be prioritized because they are a part of the safety of that campus. Additional duties for the campus safety emergency response teams will also include those campus safety drills that we just talked about. These are state mandated drills, and we will make sure through our new online, well, it's not new, but through our enhanced online drill reporting tool, that all of those state mandated drills are added and they are actually completed properly. The online tool system not only records those campus safety drills, but they also can be utilized when we do those random metal detector sweeps to make sure that the campuses don't have any unauthorized weapons, and also to make sure that our safety equipments are working properly, such as the AEDs.
We're really excited this new school year to launch our new emergency mass communication system. We really believe that it's going to be a great resource and tool for our district, benefit our school administrators and staff, and really enhance our emergency communication capabilities. If you can see over to the right on the pictures, the system itself can be launched through different hardware, our Cisco phone system, our desktop computers, broadcast through our PA systems, as well as the use of mobile phones. The system also comes with a mobile app that can be utilized as well. The system itself was purchased with grant funds. Our Cisco 911 alert system, what that allows us to do is safety and security is notified each time any one of our personnel dials 911 from a district phone. We get alerted and we're able to follow up with them to verify whether in fact there's an emergency taking place. And if there is, then obviously we offer them additional support if needed.
In addition to those resources, we're going to be reiterating some safety features that we have done so in the past, but really just coming back from, of course, our COVID and really just focusing on our safety and our expectations for our students and our staff. You'll see here that we've been working with Dr. Pena and human management, talent management. For all of our employees, it's going to be required that you have your badge on whenever you're on a school, in a school facility or in a building, even if it means it's central office and there's no students there. Because it's important that we're always checking who's in our building, they belong there. And also, if a visitor comes in, how can we help them if they're inside one of our campuses or facilities? So we'll be providing some dates for any of our employees who may need a replacement badge at no cost. And then after a while, we'll, of course, we'll start charging the fee. But we want to get back to everyone wearing their badge and being identified. Same goes for our secondary students on our secondary campuses. They will be required to wear ID badges, and we will be taking the first couple of weeks of school, renewing those badges, taking their pictures, making sure our materials are passed out, and our students will be required to wear those. If a student forgets their badge, because we know our students may forget that at home, we will ask them to go to that front office, and our visitor management system will actually be able to take their picture and put a temporary badge on for that day. However, that will be the new expectation for all of our secondary students as well as employees in the district. In addition to that, it was brought up a little earlier, the 2017 bond, our CIP bond, we took feedback through a process, and we really want to do some open spaces for our students. With that, we did incorporate a lot of glass and open areas into our high schools. But now we are concerned about the safety of, we can walk through the schools and some of our classrooms are exposed. We have been working with some different vendors to install lockdown shades, and our principals have been testing those and giving us inputs. So you'll see Arlington Heights, Poly, Carter, and Pascal will be receiving those lockdown shades in areas we have designated and gotten feedback from our principals for more secure areas in those high schools. In addition to that, for our 2021 bond with our middle school, we'll be taking that focus as well when we're designing our new middle school layouts. Here you'll see our portable buildings. I do want to start by saying, of course, with our 2017-2021 bond, one of our goals is to reduce portable buildings and get our students inside, as well as being in the classrooms they deserve and in that environment. You'll see from the 17 to the 21 a reduction in those portables. Some of our high schools are still going through construction, as I'm sure most of you are completely aware of. So that number will decrease as we complete our 2017 bond. Our 2021, of course, will focus on our middle schools where we will decrease those portable buildings as well. Elementary, you see, is very high. We do have a decline in our elementary, and that number is a lot less about actual students in the portable buildings. That's how many portable buildings we have on site. However, there's only about a third of students in portable buildings at this time. And our school leadership has been working with our principals to identify space to bring our students inside. We will have students in portable buildings this year, and we do have documented procedures that just surround our portable buildings for safety and security.
Looking at our current safety and security website, we're currently in the process of revising and improving this website and making it more user-friendly and provide additional useful information to our community and our parents. I'd like to highlight at this time the after-hours contact number that we have, and that's staffed by our security monitor at Safety and Security. This number here is a really important, vital link to our community and our parents that need to get a hold of us, or a message to a district employee after hours. They're able to call this number. This desk is staffed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And so it's really a vital link for us after hours and on the weekend. And this is the same position that monitors our surveillance system and alarms. They are also the same position that calls 911 or any, whether it's police or fire, if they're needed after hours at one of our schools or facilities. They're the ones that make that call to get that service there. And it's also an opportunity to partner with our operations department if in fact there is any damage that is, or criminal mischief that's done at any of our properties that is in need of repair. This employee will reach out to maintenance staff to make sure that those repairs are made and that our school is in good working order before that next scheduled school day.
We do want to conclude about really just reiterating about a shared responsibility for our student safety as well as our employee safety. There's, of course, avoiding those dangerous habits has been discussed. Prop doors that are kept open. If someone is walking down a hall, we ask that you shut the door. We do have some bad habits where it's easier to go in and out of a different door because it's closer to a parking lot, or it's a little easier transition for our students or for our employees. So we're saying like everyone needs to be consistent about if you see a door propped open, please shut that door. As well as our safety and security staff, really maintaining the tasks that they are supposed to be utilized for safety and security and not other tasks that are not around safety and security. And then when you see a problem with equipment or something not working, that we are immediately, we will respond to that. Do not waste time like calling someone or a work order, or please notify us immediately. And of course, our safety drills, and that goes for our campuses as well as our facilities. Before we take questions, I would love to take time to recognize some of our safety and security staff that are here this evening. We did ask them to come if they wanted to, some of our ones who are not on duty. They work not only during the day, at night, athletic events, year-round, Christmas, I mean, you name it, and this safety and security team is on call. And so if we could just take a minute just to recognize them before we take questions, I would appreciate that.
You ready for questions, Deputy Sue?
I'm always ready.
Trustee Dar.
I think Trustee Bridges was before me.
Yeah, I was. I turned it off because
Oh,
the
okay.
the feedback and stuff.
Okay.
Would
So-
you prefer to yield to Trustee Bridges?
That's fine.
Okay.
You ready? Go.
Just a couple of quick questions. I keep hearing that term, if you see something, say something, and it's great, and I hear it mostly among adults. What are you guys doing to kind of get that message more in kid language that will kind of dispute that normal snitches get stitches and really kind of create, okay, this is about, okay, y'all know what snitches get stitches mean. Anyway. Anyway, through TikTok, through Facebook, through your own videos, I see there's cameras and TVs all through the school. That's one, but go ahead.
So I definitely agree with you. You know, it has to be student-centered, and our students are really our best advocates. But you're right. There is a concern sometimes when a student does share something that there's some retaliation against them. Part of our CERT teams on our campuses is that we're asking them to, how can you include student voice? How you feel comfortable reporting. It's going to be different for each campus because each campus has a different culture and climate. It's going to be different for elementary, middle, and high, and each high school is going to be different. So part of Ms. Meadows, I keep wanting to say Officer Meadows, but they tell me I'm not allowed to say that to them. But part of Officer Meadows, her expectations to our campus CERT team is to bring in that student voice. So how do they feel comfortable? We need them to tell an adult. Social media, we all love social media, but social media also runs rampant. But social media also has helped us, look for these threats. So we're going to use the student voice through our CERT team because they know which students to connect with on their campuses.
Has there been a thought of maybe identifying a group of students to design a video that would speak more to their peers?
I love that. We will definitely take that. We're working with our communications department to rebrand the website and also to rebrand just some of our theme. So I think that would be I'm sure I could talk some kids into a TikTok or something.
I'm sorry, my part two question was, I know you talked about the shades in certain areas. I noticed, and I'll use the school that I've kind of gone to, like OD Wide, and I think you and I talked about this. One of the challenges is in the office, if there's a shooter in there, it's all glass, so you got nothing to do. Maybe putting shades in those areas where at least they couldn't see inside, you know what I'm talking about, inside the office area?
So we have been looking at like more of the glazing and different opportunities. We're going to work on the internal first with those classrooms because we do have some vestibules that have different materials. And then we will go back and look at it again. We're really trying to do the internal classrooms that we did a lot of glass in at first with those first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Last question, I'm sorry. I noticed you guys had like a list, like drills that you guys do for fire. Is there a drill for an active shooter?
The one that's utilized for active shooter is the lockdown drill.
Okay.
And that takes into account an active shooter situation. And there's 2 lockdown drills required a year, 1 each semester. So those are practiced.
And this really is the last question. Yeah. With the resource officers, what kind of training are they getting on how to, because it's an opportunity to build relationships with students, but at the same time not thought of as, how do I say, oh yeah, there's a bunch of students in the hallway, can you go clear them out? Because to me, I think that could create more of a problem and not the role of what they're supposed to be there for.
Our SROs are specially trained. They go through several trainings, and remember, our SROs want to be in the campuses. They are building relationships and rapport with our students. They are not allowed. They are to enforce school policies. They are there to prevent crimes, deterred from that visual of having a uniformed officer there, and to address any criminal activity. So it's a unique situation where they are not breaking down the relationships, they're building up relationships with our students.
Thank you.
Okay.
Trustee Dar?
Thank you, President Jackson. To follow up on Trustee Bridges' comment, I love your idea about the kids making videos. I would just like to put in a plug for the remarkable media program at Southwest High School. I bet they could whip up something really good for you guys, too. Thank you for this report. We requested it in June, and I appreciate you following through with that request. With the See Something, Say Something, I find that a lot of people don't know the proper protocols to say something. And how are we getting the information out there regarding that you need to call 817-814-2699? Can you text that number, or is it only a voice number?
We are promoting the Crime Stoppers program. We actually are funneling that through our campus area, through our area advisors for the pyramids. But they actually are utilizing Crime Stoppers because there is a incentive for pay through Crime Stoppers, and it's allowed to be done anonymously. If they were to call the 814 number, then we'd have their information. We'd know who they are. So if it's truly anonymous, they're utilizing those tips, and they have a way to text, they can, email. They've got scan codes and everything else posted around the majority of the campuses, and we're asking that they post them at each campus, especially secondary.
Can the general public also use that Crime Stoppers hotline? So how are we getting this information out there? Because I'm gonna just call a spade, and that is, I have no idea who to text or who to send that to.
Again, Crime Stoppers, Tarrant County Crime Stoppers. It's
So part of our work with the communications department is just rebranding our website, but then how do we make that visible on our website as well and pushing it out through different social media platforms? So we need to do better in communication. I'm very transparent about that. So I hear what you're saying. We need to not only have our kids know how to report something, but also when our parents hear something or community members hear something. Because mostly our problems start in the community and then they come into the school. So we do need to make sure our community has a way of contacting us as well.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I would also like to commend both you and your team on your prompt response. Whenever a community member brings a security issue to my attention, whether it's a principal or a teacher or a parent or a student, I am that is an immediate stop and do something about it when I get that information, and I will send that to your team, Mr. Garcia, and you're always very quick to respond. And so I would like to commend you, and I appreciate that because I know that safety and security is important and it's critical, and you take it very seriously. So I appreciate that prompt response.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. I have a couple more questions. Do all of our elementary school campuses have campus monitors?
No, ma'am, they all do not. I think about half of the 80-plus elementaries do not. And I think that's mainly based just on student population.
So we have a staffing guide for the enrollment when a campus may get a campus monitor. We also use different criteria when we look through some of the crime rate or some of the traffic or so forth. We would love for all of our campuses to have a campus monitor. We currently are sitting at 33 vacancies. We are in the process of doing processing 10. Dr. Penny and his team they've been helping us this year really recruit for our campus monitors. And really, I'm hoping anyone out there who's listening, we would love to have you come and be a part of our Fort Worth ISD team and be part of our campus monitor team and be part of our safety and security.
Well, thank you. And I would like to go on the record as stating that I truly believe every elementary school campus should have a campus monitor. Whether you're a campus of 1,000 or a campus of 200, every elementary school should have a campus monitor. And to follow up on your request, so let's say we can have a campus monitor on every campus, which I hope that we are working toward that. And if there's a need for a policy change regarding the number of students on a campus or the safety and security in that neighborhood or whatever, then we need to look in to making that policy change happen so that we can get those campus monitors on the elementary school campuses. Needless to say, just because the position exists doesn't mean we have somebody to fill the position. I would like to add to your plea that as a parent of 3 children who have gone through or are still going through this district, the campus monitor is generally the most beloved person at that school. So if you're watching this meeting, if you're listening, and you want to be the most beloved person on a campus, please apply to be a campus monitor. And I'm not making that up. I am speaking the truth in that respect. They are beloved. Again, I support a change in policy if it means that we can get campus monitors on every campus. I also think that the campuses with the greatest number of students in portables are just portable. And really, do we have any elementary school campuses without portables right now?
We do have some that do not have
Okay.
portables, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We have around about 63 classrooms that will have portables this year.
Okay.
Classrooms and portables this year.
Because that's a security issue as well. And again, an additional need for a campus monitor on every elementary school campus. And I'm also wondering is there a plan in place for additional personnel to be on a campus if we discover that there is a door that is broken? Because sometimes that requires a part to fix it. Do we have a plan in place that until we ensure that the perimeter is secure of the campus, that there will be additional adult presence on campus in order to help monitor the ins and outs, especially around that door?
So this is something we discuss with our operations crew. When we come, we are dealing with, some of our parts are on back order, like we're dealing with everything. Those doors, we have to look at where that door is located to see if we can lock that door and keep it locked and then use a different entry or exit. So that's, dependent on that. Then in the case we cannot lock it for good and lock it securely, then we do have to look at how we can place extra personnel there. And of course that would mean that someone's duty may change for that period of time as well, and where they're stationed or what their monitoring is for that day.
Okay, good,
Yes.
because that's critically important. And then I've also been on a lot of campuses where the principals or an administrative staff have said it would really help to have one person on the campus that is committed to checking in visitors, to letting them in the front door. We have a lot of the double vestibules and whatever you call that, where they have to go through, thank goodness, because a lot of my kids have been at schools where they didn't have that because they were built so long ago. But when the PEMS person or the registrar or the person doing attendance is also having to check in people and make sure that they're getting into the security system, that is really hard on staff. Have we considered looking at some, even if it's just a part-time, we've got somebody in the community that is willing to come and sit at the desk and let people in and out of the building on 2 days a week, and somebody else does it 3 days a week. I don't know, but it would seem to me that would also be a good extra security measure to not only keep our kids safe, but also our staff and the people in the office, and allow the people in the office to do the job that they were hired to do, not just to let people in the building.
That's a great suggestion, to use our community volunteers that may want to do that, and we can definitely train them. We have great trainers, our area supervisors, as well as, of course, Sid and Danny. So I love that idea, and we can take it back to our campus CERT team, and we can see which community members. I think that's a wonderful idea. We also need to, be consistent as a district about checking in. We have some parents who come like every day, and may get out of that. Just compliance part of like, oh, I know them, that's Miss Starr, she comes every day for lunch or something. But we need to be consistent. If you come onto our campus, you need to check in and have a badge. So I do think like having someone there to help assist with that, it would be easier on our staff.
As a parent, I want to be inconvenienced. I want to have to jump through some hoops to get into a building. Because when I have to do that, that means that other people are having to do that too, regardless of whether or not they recognize me as a trustee, as a parent, as somebody they saw at the grocery store. It brings me comfort when I have to produce my ID and let somebody know who I am. And so I say that only to bolster the support and the need for that kind of attention when people are coming onto campuses. So, okay, that's all. Thank you. And I would just like to repeat, I support campus monitors on every elementary school
I
campus.
will be bringing you a recommendation, Ms. Starr.
Okay, thank you. I
with
appreciate
additional
that.
campus monitors and the impact to the
Thank you.
budget.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Dar. Trustee Luebanos.
Thank you, President Jackson. Trustee Dar asked a lot of my questions, but I have a few more. On page 13 of the PowerPoint, on the IDs that photo ID that we require for parents to present, what will happen if one of our parents don't have a Texas issue ID or a U.S. government ID?
So we do have procedures for each of our campuses. If they don't have a Texas or a government, we do allow other forms of ID most of our parents carry. Then we are able to also pull up some information in Focus. So our school leadership staff has been training our principals, assistant principals, and front staff on what would be other acceptable. Of course, if they don't have a tie to a student, and we're not able to verify it through Focus, we cannot allow them further than the office at that point. But we do also have resources to help them. How can we help them gain a ID or something? So we want them to be part of our campus.
Great, thank you. And yes, for the record, I also support campus monitors.
Thank you, Trustee Luevanos. Dr. Rodriguez?
On this visitor management system, it prints out like a photo ID and a little sticker on you. Yeah, I use that at work. Is there a way that you can request a phone number for all these individuals? Because where I work, they'll send you a text message, thank you for coming to Manuel Hada Elementary if you need anything, or just so they know, we know who they are and how to get in contact with them, just in case they were maybe thinking something not so good. They know, we know who they are and how to get in touch. And as soon as within 5 minutes, I get a text message saying,
I love that. It's also it's a good customer service. Like, thank you for coming and being part of our campus culture today. So we'll work. We'll see if that's something we can implement.
Okay. And I know this is a fluid process, so thank you. We're moving in the right direction with safety and security is foremost in all of our minds, especially with school starting next week. So I know we'll continue to update our security systems and for it to be the best for our kids and teachers and families and staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. Trustee Martinez?
When it comes to ensuring the streamlined communications between all of our security and safety personnel as well as the responders, say it be Fort Worth PD, I don't have to go into detail with how, but is there a streamlined communication so that we don't see some of the communication breakdowns that we saw in previous school shootings? Is there a mechanism that's used? I know you talked a little bit about our new emergency communications tool. So does that put everyone on the same kind of communication channel?
Well, like I explained, our police dispatcher is actually our employee. He's a Fort Worth ISD employee, and he is a licensed certified telecommunicator. So in that instance, we have a big advantage over what a lot of other districts have, being that our SROs, our area advisors, we're all on the same radio frequency. So that really helps streamline the communication process.
Great. So if Fort Worth PD were to show up on a campus and we have security, our own internal security, they would be
on the
within
same channel.
Same channel.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. That's great to know. Can you talk a little bit about, especially last year, I know construction on the campuses seemed to cause some technology barriers and also just campus vulnerability. What's the plan for keeping campuses safe, especially during construction?
So we are working very closely with our CIP program and looking at security. We also have some mobile cameras that we have purchased through the district, because sometimes due to construction we do have to remove cameras. So then Danny and his team do have cameras that they put up that are more mobile to be able to secure that. We also, for any of our construction workers, they have to go through a background check and be badged. So they have a Fort Worth ISD badge as well, so we know they are a part of our campus community. And then we collect those badges at the end of the project. And we also work, of course, with each of our construction companies to make sure that those employees have been background checked and bonded and are safe to be on our campuses. We try to work around construction. We know construction is necessary because the end result is going to be safer for our students. Sometimes we do have to increase some of our support on those campuses because we do have to change our entry and exit doors during construction as well.
Yeah, that would be a top concern of mine. It seemed like this past year, it was in those instances that I received the most, feedback and concerns about vulnerability. Whose responsibility is it to ensure the fidelity of the drills? I know that there's the check-in process that they do online, but who at the campus is responsible ultimately for ensuring that those are done and they're done correctly, and then who monitors that? So
that's part of the CERT team that we feel like you don't want to just have one person, because if that person's out or for some reason, they are on maternity leave or something, we want to have multiple people. So it's really the CERT committee that is responsible for those drills. One of the most powerful things that we had a conversation about, Mr. Sean Burns shared with me, it was actually this past week, is that they are training their supervisors, area supervisors, that this is like helping and supporting the campus that the drills are done. The drills are mandated and the campuses turn in the dates that they're supposed to be completed. So it's like, how can we support that and help as well? Because they're involved in the drills, they go out, they observe them, they give feedback so we can improve in the drills. And then our executive directors as well and school leadership, they get a report of the drills and they follow up with the principal who follows up with the CERT team about inputting those drills and making sure that they're being done as well.
Great. And then I just wanted to also reiterate about getting the information shared out to students and parents prominently about where that they need to report what they see. So I know I often get those messages, but it'd be great for them to know exactly where they should go so that way they are getting addressed immediately. And then I also want to thank Fort Worth PD and specifically the trainer who's providing the opportunity for our teachers and school staff to be trained. So thank you for that opportunity. And I just want to also touch on just how vital that parent communication piece is. We saw, or at least I know a couple of my campuses this past school year, I particularly saw the social media threats that were made at those campuses, and the number of calls and messages I got from parents in the community. I just can't tell you how vital it is that we communicate in real time with parents about a threat and how it's being addressed. I remember one incident where half the students stayed home because of a social media threat the night that was going around social media the night before. Danny, I stood outside the campus with you for half a day during parent drop-off to let parents know that it was safe. But that is just such a vital piece that we have to get parents. And, I was told some parents were calling, and I understand that we have to take care of the threat, but we have to communicate to parents what is going on in real time and let them know, that it's being addressed. So I just, again, want to reiterate that piece. And I know I've worked closely with you and to get that messaging out, but it's, for parents, it's like, I want to know when it's happening. My kids are probably calling me already and letting me know, but so parents want answers, and they want a response quickly. And then let's see, I think I had one more question, or maybe not a question, just a comment that along with my colleagues, I support campus monitors at all campuses, and in order to better recruit them, we need to pay them like we truly care about safety and security. That's all.
Thank you, Trustee Martinez. Dr. Ryan?
Well, Danny, I've got a couple of questions to go back to the doors. Are we still checking to see if they're functioning, or have we checked them when we're just waiting for parts?
Well, actually, the operations division is helping us with that. The last report I got is that we're about at a 30% completion, and I know Dr. Coburn is here tonight, but that's we are actively checking all the doors now, all the exterior doors, piece by piece. Yeah, so
But fixing them, we're only at 30% fixing the ones that are broken?
right, yes.
Okay. But those will all be done by September 1.
They should be. And Dr., I mean, we're on track. He just stated
No,
that we're
that's
on
the
track to do that.
State told us we had to do all that stuff by September
September the
1, but we
1st.
got kids coming in the 15th, so.
No, yeah, totally
Hopefully we
understand.
get all the doors. The other part is, I know we've got thousands of exterior doors.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot to check, but is there a way that shows either in your area or on the campus, any doors that are open? Do we have that capability yet? So it would show up like if outside door number 3, which might be the south exit door for an elementary school.
Right.
If it's open, there's a light that comes on in
Right.
the office where they can look in that camera and go.
Yeah, I see what you're
What's
saying.
going on?
I don't believe we have that capability. Our capability is more in line with our access control to know whether it's online or not. And those checks can be done periodically, but I'm not sure if we have that capability with the doors. I don't believe we do.
All right, I just looked, I know that in some of the school board training we got, Luling.
Right.
ISD is doing that, and a couple others
Right.
that have it, so, and alarm goes off if the door's open more than
Yeah.
15 seconds, just
Right.
so it's propped open.
And I think
So-
that was part of the thought process about revising our campus monitor duties to include doing those regular door checks like that for things like that. So we might, right now we may not have the technology to do that. You know, we do have the personnel to do it. And again, it goes hand in hand with the message Ms. Molinar talked about, that safety being a shared responsibility. So everybody can close the door or can at least report an issue with a door. So that would certainly help with that.
I know that my colleagues have already talked about that they want to support campus monitors being everywhere. I just think of Pascal High School. We've added on to it 22 times since the first middle or junior high school was built. It is a rat maze, and you'd have to have 30 campus monitors to cover every hallway. So I don't know how you do some of that stuff.
It's definitely a challenge.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Trustee Ryan. First, I wanted to make a request, a plan of action to this board, and we could start at the next safety and security meeting for the collaboration of architectural planning and building design with input from campus personnel and our internal security personnel led by you. And I think that's just hugely important. We might not be where we are with the safety curtains, as we call them, had you been in from the beginning on that planning. And I know you weren't, but thank you for sweeping up afterwards. The second thing, I have a couple of ideas from all the ideas of the trustees, and I want to say thank you. Could we do drills on campuses? Because this is behavioral modification. We all know you get so used to walking past an open door. It's behavioral mod, and it is a shared responsibility. Could we do drills on the campuses and positively reinforce people when they shut that door? I mean, just a surprise visit. And I don't know how you do it, but you know.
Yes, we will, and, secret shoppers come in different formats.
Well, and along the lines of secret shoppers, Dr. Rodriguez talked about getting phone numbers of people that visited. Could we do a very small visitor satisfaction request, just a text to people?
Yeah, we're going to look into how we can see if there's some enhancements that we could do. So we could text them and then get them to respond to do that satisfaction. That's very customer service based, and I like that idea. Great suggestion.
Thank you. And of course, they don't have to participate if they don't want to, right? And I wanted to mention too, on June 14th, 2022, the Fort Worth ISD Board approved a special safety and security blue ribbon panel would be convened. This board, in tandem with our district, are maximizing the talent of local individuals with safety and security expertise in unique situations, many of which may be 24/7 situations, such as hospitals, Joint Reserve Base, those type places. These experts have volunteered to participate in a special safety and security blue ribbon panel, which is above and beyond the already comprehensive and rigorous, newly mandated Texas state actions required for Texas school districts. The panel will continue to monitor and surveil in collaboration with Mr. Garcia And this is to help. It is not to say that we aren't doing a good job. It is so that we have the richest and strongest job we can have. And they want to ensure that the safety of every student entrusted to our care, each employee who elects to work in Fort Worth ISD, and that of our community remains paramount and in a continuous improvement model. And tonight, the board will discuss our final individual, and then we will have the panel complete. And as well, I want to mention that Trustee Martinez did not take more than a millisecond to say yes, that she would be on the panel, so she will represent this board, and I want to say publicly, thank you. Okay, any other questions? Okay, and as far as the plan of action of the board, maybe it starts at the Safety and Security Committee for me with my question about collaborative design. But I want to make sure that we do follow up there. Okay, if that's it, we're going to move on to something new, and that is the August 23rd, 2022 Board Action Item Review. Deputy Superintendent Molinar, you'll be handling that? Thank you.
So this is something new. I just want to kind of do a little opening for it. We will be tweaking this, so appreciate any feedback we get on our first time out of the gate with this. But what we would like to do is before our regular board meetings, and August 23rd will be our first one, is bring some of our action items and just share with our trustees before the board book is posted. And it's not really for discussion at this time. That's not the purpose, but it could be some items that you would like to request additional information to be able to make your decision making a little bit more transparent and easier before the board meeting. And like I said, we appreciate any feedback after this. This is our first go at it. So you'll see on August 23rd, action item, approve a purchase of structured literacy program and training, and this is our NIHouse. And you'll see here that we made a little template, and the purpose, of course, is around professional learning for our teachers and our materials. And I've done impacted audience, that's our grades, K through 2 teachers, special ed, and then our K through 5 students as well. It's the funding source is special revenue, and this is a renewal status. So this is a material we're already using. However, it is coming up for renewal, and the department it's being requested from is academics. So I won't take this long going over each one. I just kind of wanted to explain the format. Our next one is our pre-K through 5 Spanish reading intervention kits, and these are consumables. This is also a renewal under special revenue, a little over $300,000. Also, purchase of high impact tutoring services. I do have a PowerPoint that Dr. Sorensen and her team have put together for you that I'll email out to you later this evening. And this is through ESSER funding. It's for our schools. They were given a menu of options of how to have tutoring support after school and some during school. So this is ESSER funding, and that is over $5 million. So it's definitely something we want to share with you, some additional information through a PowerPoint I'll be emailing out to you.
May we ask questions now or at the end?
You can, no, now it's fine.
When we have ESSER as funding, if we're going to sustain that, could we maybe just have a hint as to how we're going to sustain that?
Definitely.
Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am. The next one is approve the purchase of College Board Pathway. As you know, we do provide PSAT testing, SAT testing for our students 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th grade. And this is a general fund not to exceed $250. This is a renewal. We have been doing this for a few years, and it comes out of our department, our Division of Innovation. This is a new item. It's to purchase and install a fence at Poly High School. We did want to bring this to you because it is a one-time item, but the expense is over $100,000. So we wanted to bring this. This will be an action item. It's around the exterior perimeter of the campus. A purchase of the Google G Suite for Education Enterprise. This is for all of our students and our teachers. It's a renewal as well, coming from our technology department. Approve the cost and increase for contractor services. We did bring, and you approved at a prior board meeting around a car wash, a bus wash at our facility. However, due to the increase in prices, especially around concrete, we will be bringing back to you asking to increase that contract in the amount of about $107,000. Approve alternative student shuttle service. This is what we call our McKinney-Vento students. It has increased. We do provide transportation services for some of our students who may become homeless or have other needs that we want to make sure we meet so they can continue their education with Fort Worth ISD. Even last year we went from 5 to 32 students. These are private transportation services. We do a do not exceed at $500,000, and this is a renewal. We do have 2 campuses currently who need repairs on their elevators. That's Benbrook Middle High and G. McClung Middle School. And you'll see that's a TRE funding for $234,000. On-ramps contract, that is our contract with UT. This is training for our teachers as well as any additional costs. Special revenue do not exceed $1 million. This is for our high school students to be able to receive on-ramps credit through UT with the completion of the courses. This is our partnership. This is new. This is why we have this on here. As you know, we have a P-TECH program at Northside High School, and this is a partnership with our health services general fund, $112,000. Our next one is renewal. This is our Chronos hosting. This is from our business and finance. This is our timekeeping software for all of our non-exempt employees. So this is something that we do each year, renewal for this as well. And it's in our Chronos private cloud.
Sure. Is Chronos working properly? I always hear that it's messed up or...
So we did... There was an issue with Chronos last year. That was a vendor issue. That was a attack on Chronos. We immediately had to pivot, and our budget and finance group did an excellent job, as well as our technology, of being able to capture our work hours for our employees until they were able to get back. You'll see our next item is for clock repairs and renewals. So each year we do have to go and replace clocks and fix parts of the clocks as well. But if you hear specific concerns, we would love to hear it so we could target and find those trends if they're a certain location maybe. Our next one is a reading intervention and acceleration program. This is Lexia. It's a renewal as well. You'll see that it's over $1 million. This is something we currently use to track our students, and it helps them who are not on grade level by providing some differentiated support through literacy. Our next item, you'll see this is also a type of resource for our tools for our diverse learning needs, our special revenue for $144,000. This is a renewal as well. And you'll see listed some of the resources there. We have a 22-23 contract renewal, and this is for our Con Mi Madre Latina students. It's for 150 students and 150 mothers. This is general fund for $147,000 through the Equity and Excellence Department, and this is a renewal as well. You'll see approve the contract with our My Brother's Keeper and My Sister's Keeper for the 22-23 school year. This is for 17 high schools for My Brother's Keeper, as well as 5 for My Sister's Keeper. And this is coming from our general fund state comp ed, $255,000 renewal. You'll see a lease agreement. This is with our Fort Worth Police Department. We do have a site that's near our Eastern Hills High School campus, and this is general fund. We pay for the insurance and the utilities for them to be able to be housed there. We have a contract with our Tarrant County group. This is our Girls Inc. We have 8 participating schools. General fund is $150,000, and it's a renewal as well. You'll see a MOU. This is with our University of Chicago Network for College Success, and we have a comment presented with you about our freshman success teams. This is for our second year renewal, and the cost is I do not exceed for the training for $193,000. You have the 22-23 budget. This is Phelan Leadership Academy at Jack K. Martin. This is one of our 1882 partnership schools. General fund not to exceed $819,000. Yes, ma'am.
Trustee Evans.
So at the August 23rd meeting is when we review their performance contract?
So we can provide you information before the August 23rd meeting, and then we do have some data we can share and give you ahead of time as well.
But we will be voting to renew?
Yes. Well, this will be to continue the model, so it
Okay.
is, yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. It's well, yes, thank you, David. It is their budget. They have to submit their budget similar to Texas Wesleyan, our land campuses. So you would be voting to accept their budget that they're putting forth. But we're happy to also provide you with some other information beforehand about the partnership. You'll see a couple of 2017 CIP. These do go through our COC as well. However, we do want to make them action items due to the amounts of them, unless you direct us to a different process. But this is Trimble Tech High School. We do have to do a do not exceed of $748,000 for some additional furniture for our final phases of our construction, and this is a new item. You'll see our next one is our 2017 CIP, and this is a do not exceed as well for contracted services of $2 million, and this is around additional minor construction, repair, and different projects for the 2017.
I would see we'd probably need a little more detail, and especially for the public, so that they know what we're doing with the bond dollars.
Sure, definitely. You see approve a change order. This is for Pascal High School. It's a do not exceed of $865,000. This is for additional costs for replacing some existing windows that need to be replaced, and you'll see those areas A, B, and D listed.
Can we get a summary of the amount that we have spent for the bond package for Pascal?
Sure, definitely.
Thanks.
Approve a change order. Okay, wait a minute. Sorry. Here we go. Ratification of contracts. This is for our 2021 CIP program for the architects for the 26 schools that are listed for the 21 capital improvement plan. Then you have approve a change order and budget. This one's for Young Men's Leadership Academy. This is a do not exceed of $5,900,000 for some sites, some exterior and interior 2017 at Young Men's Leadership Academy. You'll see that there's some site conditions and plumbing and some structural things that need to be addressed there. This is a MOU with TCU. This is for our college advisors that we hire from TCU. They are placed at our high school campuses, and they help our students through the process of applying and then enrolling into college. It's general fund of over $1 million. And that was my last one. We can take requests. I already have some requests, but if there's any other requests from trustees for specific information that we can collect and provide over the next 2 weeks.
Trustee Evans.
Thank you all for this. It really is nice to know what's coming down the pike. On page 17, so Con Mi Madre and Girls Inc. Con Mi Madre is serving about 150 students. Do we know roughly how many students Girls Inc. are serving? We know they're serving 8 campuses, but
What we can do is we can take those as a package and we can give you enrollment for each of those programs and share with you. And I know Ms. Breed's team already has that information.
And then likewise, and I know they serve different campuses and different students, and they have different approaches, but I know on page 18, MBK, they're on several campuses. Do we have a breakdown of per campus, how many
Yes, ma'am.
students roughly?
And we'll provide that to you.
Great,
Yep.
thank you.
Trustee Dar?
Thank you, President Jackson. Is this report posted online?
This one is not posted online at this time. We always post the day after, but we're happy to post it.
The day
It's a
after
little-
today?
Yeah, we post it
Okay.
tomorrow, yeah.
And that's fine. I just want to make sure. I mean, we've got 2 weeks before the next meeting, so I just want to make sure that this information is accessible to the public, to the general public.
I do think we should go through final agenda review
Okay.
first. That is scheduled for this week before we post. And then sometimes we, do have revisions or we take off agenda items, or so forth. But we can do that.
Okay, just as long as it's up so that the public can see this and that they can generate their own questions prior to the meeting as
Sure,
well.
definitely.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Dr. Rodriguez?
Yes, and my brother's keeper, so my sister's keeper is just the female component of
Yes,
my
ma'am.
brother's keeper. Okay.
Yes.
Trustee Luébanos?
Thank you. For YMLA, can we also get a summary of the expenses that we have incurred up to date for the 27? Because I know we allocated specific amounts of money for the different schools, just to get a summary to see where we are.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Any other questions?
I appreciate any feedback. You know how to get a hold of me on this process, and if this is hopefully helping or meeting the needs, or how we can strengthen and making it better as well.
Thank you for putting this together. It's very clear, at least to me. I won't speak for the entire board, and I think it's also going to be very clear to the public, and I appreciate it very much. I like the template format. The time is 7:36 p.m. The date is Tuesday, August 9th, 2022. We will now recess and reconvene for executive session as authorized by Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code under Sections 551, 07, 2, 4, and 6, and 1.
so far away. Didn't think I had a part to play. I used to let things bring me down. I would walk with my eyes to the ground. But I knew I could find a way to push through. Every word they'd say, I grew strong. I knew right from wrong, and now I feel it too. I'm alive, yeah, I'm alive. I'm alive, yeah, I'm alive. I love every moment with you, and I want you to know I do. I'm alive, yeah, I'm alive. Now I wake up to a brand new day. I never wanna wish the time away. I don't wanna waste a second, it's true. I've got that rhythm, don't you feel it too? I'm alive, yeah, I'm alive. I'm alive, yeah, I'm alive. I love every moment with you, and I want you to know I do. I'm alive, yeah, I'm alive. 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 I love every moment with you, and I want you to know I do. I'm alive, yeah, I'm alive.
In accordance with the open meetings law, the board opened the meeting at 5:30 PM with a quorum present, recessed and reconvened open session, adjourned regular session, convened executive session, adjourned executive session, and we've now reconvened open session at 10:10 PM with a quorum present. We'll move straight to number 7, action agenda items. A, discussion and action to approve conciliation agreement regarding EEOC charge number 450-2020-06041. Do I have a motion?
President Jackson, I move to accept the terms and conditions of EEOC charge number 450-2020-06041 as discussed in closed session.
Thank you, Trustee Evans. Second, with Trustee Ryan. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's move to voting. And the motion passes unanimously. 7B, discussion and action to approve corrective action plan agreement will not be voted on this evening. It has been removed from the agenda. 7C will move to discussion and action for election of Board Education officers, and I will hand it over to Dr. Scribner.
Thank you very much, President Jackson. This item is discussion and action for election of Board of Education officers. Do we have a motion? Trustee Ryan?
I move that we nominate Toby Jackson as president, Quentin Phillips as first vice president, Roxanne Martinez as second vice president, and C.J. Evans as secretary.
Do we have a second? So we have a motion by Trustee Ryan, a second by Trustee Luevanos. The motion is President Trustee Toby Jackson, First Vice President Trustee Quentin Phillips, Second Vice President Trustee Roxanne Martinez, and Secretary Trustee C.J. Evans. Any discussion?
Yeah, I support the entire slate except President.
Okay. Any other comments? Any other discussion? With that, we'll move to voting. And we're waiting for one more vote. Okay, the board reads unanimous. Is it no? Okay. So why don't we just clarify? I think I know what's going on here. We have 8 votes. The motion passes 8 votes to 1. Back to you, President Jackson.
Thank you. Look forward to working with the board and the new officers. Thank you. It is an honor to serve as president, but it's an honor more to serve with each of you. Thank you, and thank you for the hard work that you all have been doing and will continue to do as we search for a superintendent. Anybody have any announcements, anything they need to share or say? And the time is 10:14 p.m., and we will gavel out and are adjourned.